Your Worship, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 10 o'clock hour and our second council meeting of the day. We'll call this meeting to order, and I'll look to Councillor DeLeo for a land acknowledgement. Councillor?
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges that it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit and Métis people in our future stewardship and of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg-Wish, Councillor, and we'll now move on to item number 2, which is proclamations. We have no proclamations today. Item number 3 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this time. If a member of council feels they have a pecuniary interest throughout the meeting, please let us know at that time. Item number 4 is adoption of the agenda, and before that, I'm just going to turn to our clerk to explain why we have 2 closed meetings today. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. For Council's awareness and for the public watching from home and in the audience, we do have 2 closed sessions today, and that is just to accommodate our town solicitor at this first session. Typically, we do have the closed session at the end of the meeting. However, when we have consultants and legal attending, to be financially responsible and to ensure efficiency of the meetings, we have set the agenda today this way. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So in a nutshell, we're attempting to save dollars for the taxpayer by making sure our highly qualified lawyers and consultants are looked after first. All right, so then we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda, and that the contents of the agenda of November 14th, 2024 be approved as circulated. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor White and Councillor Belanger, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Item number 5 is closed session, and the recommended motion is that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the November 14th, 2024 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters. 5.2 applications for consent B0224 and B02324 appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and 5.3 Town CAO Beachfront RFP results. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That also carries unanimous, and we'll now move into closed session.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. We'll call this meeting back to order. We're just coming out of closed session, and our clerk, we do have to go back again to closed session later, so our clerk will do a rise and report on both of those sessions at that time. Moving on to item number 6, approval of the minutes. 6.1, we have a recommended motion that the minutes of the special council meeting held October 23rd, 2024 be adopted as circulated. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Ego, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 6.2, the recommended motion is that the minutes of the council meeting held October 24, 2024 be adopted as circulated. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor DeLeo, Councillor White, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 7 is statutory public meetings, and there are none of those today. And before I move on to presentations, I'm going to look to our Deputy Fire Chief here today to give us a quick report with respect to a couple of fires that we've had recently in the town of Wasaga Beach. Deputy Chief, good to see you. Welcome.
I'll use this one. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. Just want to bring to council's attention, as well as anyone who is in the audience today or listening online. In the last 10 days, we've had 2 residential fires. The first fire resulted in a fatality of one of our residents, and the second one involved an individual who suffered from smoke inhalation and required a visit to the hospital. Missing smoke alarms were located at both fires, which absolutely infuriates the fire department, the fire chief, and myself. A charge has been issued for one incident, and the other is pending the results of the investigation to determine if charges will be laid. The minimum fine for removing or tampering with a smoke alarm is $360. That was the one fine that was levied to a tenant of one of the residences who had removed and disabled one of the smoke alarms. This can increase to as much as $50,000 and $100,000 for a corporation, as well as a year in jail. Working smoke alarms and home escape plans are the best chance for surviving fires, and this is something where the Wasaga Beach Fire Department is tired of seeing fire deaths in our community. We are taking a hard stance and will now be laying charges in as many of incidents that require them. Both of these units were landlord-tenant units, and we're just trying to determine if the landlord came up short during their inspections of the units, their required inspections, or the one unit was certainly the tenant who admitted they had disabled and removed the smoke alarm. So we're tired of these, as well as the fire service community in Ontario and all first responders, and it has to stop. So we're taking a hard line. We will be laying charges at any opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief, and it's very sad to hear that we have lost a resident to the fire, and our thoughts and prayers are with that individual's family. Any questions or comments for the Deputy Chief? All right, seeing none, we'll move on now to item 8.1, and we have Mr. Roger Smith of Deloitte Canada, Green Fleet Strategy presentation with us, and we'll look to bring him up online, I believe. And good morning, Roger.
Good morning.
Looking forward to your presentation, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Joining me on this call in the background is my associate, Sarah Buckle. Sarah is unfortunately conflicted this morning with other client business activities, but she had joined the meeting on her telephone as she's in travel today. Sarah is a Deloitte partner in the sustainability practice. So I'm on the introduction slide. We can move to the next slide. On our agenda, I won't go through. I understand that I have 20 minutes for my presentation and 5 minutes for questions. There's a lot of information here. We tried to keep it to highlights, but this is a big topic and there's a lot to discuss. I will skip through several slides of my presentation, but you have copies. I understand that all attendees will have a copy of the highlights presentation in PowerPoint format. and the full report as well. So if anyone's looking for drill down and look at the express details of the report and the analysis we did, it's found in the report, and highlights are in the PowerPoint. So looking at the agenda for today, these are the things I want to cover. And I'll speak more on the first few slides, slide 3 in particular, if we could turn to that, please. I'll give more details on that because it's the essence of the project. I want to give everybody a good background about what was intended to be achieved, and I'll drill down and focus more on the final few slides of the presentation, which talks about what we accomplished. The background and context and scope, on November 20th, almost a year ago, the town of Wasaga Beach enlisted the services of my former company, Fleet Challenge Canada of Toronto, to formulate a green fleet strategy and provide recommendations for its fleet and equipment assets. A little bit about my background. I owned and operated and began Fleet Challenge Canada about 18 years ago in Toronto, and over that past 18 years, I and my team delivered green fleet strategies and government green fleet programs across Canada and into the U.S. for 18 years. But about a year ago, almost a year ago to the exact date, on November 17th, my company was acquired by Deloitte of Canada and Chile. And in doing so, I greatly expanded my project team from a handful of consultants in Canada to 450,000 professionals around the world. So we have a big team to support any professional services that we need to deliver. So the project was carried out with the assistance of the Green Municipal Fund, which is a fund financed by the Government of Canada and administered by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. The scope, the town's fleet, as I'm sure everyone on this call knows, consists of 13 departments that have assigned vehicles. These include arena, beachfront, building, bylaw, engineering, fire, hydro, library, parks, public works, recreation, events, facilities, transit, water, sewer, and department. This is a typical mix for a fleet. Municipal fleet in particular. The work I've done over the past 20 years has been focused mainly on municipal fleets. We've completed almost 200 fleet reviews of this type and green fleet strategies for municipal and public sector fleets across Canada and into the U.S. But in your fleet, there's a total of 173 fleet units, and like all municipalities, they're mixed. It's a mixed fleet and containing vehicles and mobile equipment. By mobile equipment, I mean things like road graders, forklifts, off-road equipment, mowers, things like that. Heavy fuel consumers and very difficult to make green, or a few green options exist for many of these categories. As well as the usual vans, SUVs, light-duty pickups, heavy-duty trucks, 12 to 24-seater buses, and trailers, ice resurfacers, and everything else. Very standard. This table shows, on the next slide now, this table shows the fleet at a glance, and the numbers which were reviewed in the project, bringing to a total of 173 units, as I said earlier. The objectives of the project were clearly defined by Wasaga Beach in the expected outcomes section of its RFP. And I truly want to thank the town for going to this great level of detail and giving as much careful thought to what it is exactly what they wanted us to achieve and what the town wanted to achieve. This was very clearly communicated in the RFP, and that made our job a lot easier. There was no guesswork. It was very explicit what this town sought to achieve. But I think the most powerful bullet of all of this is the first one. The overarching goal of this project was to define a clear pathway to fleet greening the town's fleet by reducing GHG emissions, energy, and energy costs. That bullet really says it all around the way we at Fleet Challenge, now Deloitte, that's in our DNA. I, for one, have been in fleet management my whole life, my whole professional life, and I learned that a long time ago, that Greening a fleet has to be based on corporate social responsibility, how a plan impacts emissions reduction, and how it impacts financials, and how it impacts the town and the workers of the fleet socially. So that's the way our programs are developed, and that's exactly how we do it. I want to show this slide, which talks about why the fleet is important, why strategic fleet management is important. The key thing that I figured out a long time ago is that almost every private and public sector organization is dependent on a fleet of vehicles. The Ontario Trucking Association puts it this way: if you got it, a truck brought it. So almost everything touches our lives with fleet vehicles. In the municipal world, municipal fleets are essential for civic and emergency services, infrastructure maintenance, and various other tasks. Effective fleet management is essential for optimizing operations, controlling costs, ensuring safety and compliance, and driving business success, and delivering value to your constituents. Fleet management's job is to provide the maximum amount of vehicle uptime and to ensure that vehicles are provided safe and efficient vehicles that are suited to their job responsibilities. But doing so is a complex balancing act. A fleet doesn't run by itself. It takes strategy and it takes careful analysis. Looking at the juggler on the right, the point of demonstrating things this way is that there are key metrics that predict the outcome and the success of fleet management. The cost of capital, utilization, operating expenses, uptime, safety and risk, preventive maintenance, and emissions are all intertwining issues. It's like keeping those balls all in the air like the juggler is doing. Any change to any one aspect of these aspects disrupts the entire ecosystem. An example of that is cost of capital. Fleets that do not invest adequately capital adequately to renew or refresh their fleets or modernize it will suffer from higher operating expenses. I think we all know this from our personal lives, where if you have an old clunker, it costs you more to maintain it and repair it. And the same thing happens in a fleet, except multiplied by maybe 100 or so vehicles or more. At the same time, the cost of capital, whenever capital is not available, operating expenses go up, safety goes down, preventive maintenance has to increase in order to keep the vehicles on the road, and emissions go up because old vehicles pollute more. So all of these are intertwining things, and that's why we take a holistic approach at projects. I won't read you this slide in the interest of time, and I'm sure everybody's quite capable and willing to read this themselves, but this is the approach that we have developed over 18 years plus of doing this type of work. We have a very scripted, formulaic approach to green fleet planning for communities and private sector companies. It's holistic. It takes into consideration all aspects of the operation, and it's contained in these columns that you can see on this slide. The first thing we start with is a review into operating management practices. In this, we meet with your team, your management team, and the reason we do that is we want to become fully acquainted with how things work in the operation, who does what, when they do it, why, and anything related to the operation of the fleet. We want to know how things are done and be intimately familiar with it, so that if we see duplication of effort or redundant tasks, we can make that a recommendation that things could be done better. Number two, I'm not going to go through every column, I promise you, but in stakeholder engagement, we know from past practice that you can't force change on people. Changing to a green fleet requires change. It's a different way of doing things. People are often averse to change. So our approach is to gather insights from all stakeholders, the user groups, the drivers, the union, managers, supervisors, everybody. We want to hear from everybody to understand any concerns, any reticence, any suggestions for improvement, and any potential barriers. So from their perspectives, and that helps ensure success of a project by making sure that everybody's on side and everybody's contributing to it. From there is on the other columns around analysis, and I'll talk about those very briefly as I go through. Again, this information is all contained in the handouts and in greater detail in the report. But first, let's look at the statistics. I'll just go through a few of these. This is from our baseline review of the fleet. of your fleet. So summary statistics, there were 173 vehicles that we analyzed that were included in the review. And this fleet of yours traveled in 2023, the baseline year, 1.4 million kilometers. That's 35 times around the equator. It's a long way to go. That requires a lot of maintenance and a lot of fuel. You can go down the row of metrics here and see where the fleet looks or how it looks. The original purchase price of the fleet when these were bought, when every unit was bought, totaled up would equal $19.4 million in the cost at the time they were purchased. The current day replacement cost, thinking about the time value of money to replace all these vehicles, would take $27 million. The current book value, the depreciated value of these assets, is $11.8 million. If these vehicles, the entire fleet, was run through and retired at the end of their life cycle, the salvage value would be $1.9 million on the open market. The cost of capital on the current book value of the fleet was about $600,000 based on Government of Canada GOCB rates at the time of the review. The town spent $141,000 on preventive maintenance, $1.3 million on reactive repairs. When I speak of reactive repairs, I'm talking about things that failed, things that happened that were not planned. So it could be a flat tire. But 141 was spent in preventive maintenance to avoid reactive maintenance. But inevitably, things do fail, even if you do a lot of preventive maintenance. But those are the ratios of preventive versus reactive. We also did a pure fleet, municipal fleet comparisons. That was part of the RFP and the deliverables. It was requested by the town to do some comparisons to other municipal fleets. From our database, like I said, we've completed about 200 fleet reviews, and we have data on all of those fleets. But we pulled together 24 other Ontario municipal pure fleets under similar operating circumstances, same area, town areas or city areas, urban or rural, and the same types of vehicles. And we made some comparisons. Some of these comparisons are relevant, and I'll admit some of them aren't. The town of Wasaga Beach's fleet was slightly older, had a slightly older average age during the baseline year. But in some cases, the high proportion of light-duty vehicles in your fleet contributed to a lower cost per kilometer, and average emissions per kilometer approximately 36% less than the benchmark. I won't read the rest of them. They're in the handout. I think they're quite explanatory. But for the most part, your fleet is performing on par with other municipal fleets, and in some cases, costs are lower than other fleets. The one area that we were concerned with was the number of vehicles. At the time of the review, the ratio of vehicles to square kilometers was 1.9 for the town of Wasaga Beach versus peers, which averaged 1.1 vehicles per square kilometer. That metric would indicate that your fleet had a lot of vehicles to service the same amount of area. We were a little concerned about that at first, but we then did more further research and learned that town of Wasaga Beach is growing in size rapidly in population terms. As your fleet will be servicing more constituents over the years coming, that'll need more people in the field in vehicles, and you have the vehicles for them already. You can just read through those, and I'll just skip through the baseline analysis. We then did the management practices review. We reviewed 13 key focal points and addressed over 100 fleet management topics. We identified the strengths, identified potential process gaps, evaluated areas of risk or non-compliance, and we highlighted opportunities in our recommendations for implementing new best management practices. We then went into scenario modeling. Everything we do in our company is based on data. Data is sacred to us. We don't do anything that we can't predict through the use of data. So fleet management was kind enough to put together very detailed data on the fleet for a one-year baseline period in 2023, and we produced the baseline, which I mentioned earlier. Without having good data, fleets are left with the inability to do modeling or predict the future. The past predicts the future. So we did have the baseline data. We have a good baseline data set to work with. As the saying goes, without data, you're just somebody with a hunch. So our business process is to work with data. Data does not lie. So what we found, looking at the chart down at the bottom, I'll skip through all this text. We found that this is a capital budget plan over the next 15 years, which is what we were trying to achieve. We were trying to achieve a smooth line for town of Wasaga Beach. This line is anything but smooth. It's got a great big spike in year 2024, and it's got spikes all along the way, 2035 notably, 2037, and so on. To us, spikes like this should be avoided, and I'll explain how we have done that and how we would recommend you follow our recommendations in doing so. The reason for the huge spike in 2024, it was vehicles that were past due or due for replacement based on their age in 2024. But however, before, I don't want anyone to become too alarmed, because looking at the text box in the bottom right, we can see that that value included 3 heavy-duty trucks that had been purchased in that time period, and they were on order, but they were not received at the time of this report, so they showed up in that big spike. This chart also shows hydro vehicles, which I understand are not purchased with Public Works budget, and that would mitigate that spike as well in the first year. This is before we modified the economic life cycles and based recommendations on that, which I'll show in the next slide. In this slide, we did scenario modeling. So our first step in our process, going back to that process slide, we perform an optimal economic life cycle analysis for your fleet. And we did that for your fleet, again, using historical data and costs. And we found that many of the vehicles in your fleet could benefit from extending their life cycles. Class 1 SUVs could be extended from 7 to 10 years. Class 2 pickups could be extended from 7 to 12 years. Fire trucks could go from 13 to 17 years. Class 8 heavy trucks could go from 11 to 14 years. The basic truth about life cycle analysis and asset life cycling is that the longer you keep an asset, no matter what the asset is, whether it's a computer, a vehicle, a building, a chair, anything, the longer you keep it and the more you use it, the lower the cost is. And the same applies to vehicles. So our job is to go and use the historical data and analyze it to find out where the best time to replace these vehicles is. And this is what we found. So by shifting to these life cycles, it would minimize some of these spikes, and it would minimize the annual cost of ownership. So we then plotted that with optimized life cycles, and we brought that spiky line down to what you see here. The red line has been reduced, but it's not been eliminated. There's still spikes, and the smoothing has not happened yet. It's a little bit better, but it's not perfect. The other thing that we did is we then used vehicle condition assessments. So with the help of fleet management, we prepared condition analysis of every vehicle in the fleet with a 1 to 5 rating. 1 or 5 being good condition, the opposite being true for the other number. So we then reevaluated the fleet to delay purchase of any vehicles that were in good condition, even though they were due on time, to, again, spread that line down. And from that, our recommendation is that vehicle condition should always take precedence over the age of the vehicles. And from there, we brought it down to what you see here. We used extended life cycles, which is this nice purple line, which has come down nicely. And then we manually balanced the rest of the vehicles based on their condition assessments. And we brought the line down even more, and the capital spend even more. So even though it was better, it's not perfect. So we then modeled the Green Fleet plan. And what we found in our Green Fleet analysis, battery electric vehicles, pure battery electric, were the most cost-effective option for greening your fleet, reducing emissions, and reducing costs. So we modeled battery electric vehicles phased in over the years and the green line. And this accounts for vehicles becoming available that are not currently available. The effects were quite dramatic. We smoothed out the capital budget line over the long term. The summary of that, you can see your emissions started at just over 1,013, I think it was 1,100 tons, and by 2038 we could reduce the emissions to 450 tons. And if the progress on electric vehicles continued, eventually you'd reach 0 tons, probably by 2050 or so. That summary is shown in this table right here. Now the net effect, what does all this cost? Well, business as usual, the average the average capital spend. I'm sorry, I hope you're following the slides as I shift them.
Through your worship, if we could just indicate next slide, and then that will help us to switch slides.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm on slide 18 right now.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, so there are two tables shown here, or a chart and a table. The bottom table shows the outcome of the 4 scenarios that we ran. And in those 4 scenarios, we can see that the total of operating budget and capital budget combined in business as usual would be 5.15 million. That'd be the average of capital and operating over the next 15 years. If you did nothing, if you made no changes to the fleet, you made like-for-like replacements, same fuel types, same everything over the next 15 years. This accounts for inflation compounding each year, and your emissions would stay at around 1,090 metric tons. If we extended life cycles, your combined OPEX and CAPEX spend would be 4.99 million each year on average, and your emissions would stay around 1,094 because they go up a bit because the life cycles would be extended and older vehicles would be retained longer. Looking at manually balancing the budget, the way I described, by using condition assessments, it would come down to 1,095 and a combined budget of 4.79 OPEX and CAPEX. Putting in the green fleet strategy, which involves electric vehicles, the budget combined operating and capital would be 5.12 million, and CO2 would come down to 450 metric tons by 2038, I believe it is. So there's quite an advantage by going with the recommendations. We put together a detailed set of recommendations. I've put them into our presentation. I won't read to them here. They're all quite well expressed, I think. So the requirements for electric vehicle charging stations, electric vehicle charging is on everybody's minds today. How are we going to charge these vehicles? It's great to go electric, but how are we going to charge them? In this project, we brought a partner organization in who made site visits to each of your facilities to look at the equipment, the charging, or look at the transformers and the switchgear and everything that was on site at each facility. From that, we provided the demand for each facility, how many kilowatts are required to recharge the fleet fully overnight at each location, and we provided that to the contractor. And together we came up with a charging plan that is aligned with the vehicle replacement plan over the next 15 years. And together we have a very powerful plan that saves money and is based on the input from managers, stakeholders, drivers, everyone, and would eventually exceed Canada's targets for carbon reduction under the Paris Accord. As we can see, by 2030, your carbon would be down to under 800 tons, and by 2050, if we carried this chart even longer, it's likely it would get to 0 by 2050. That's, if we could flip over to the final slide. We have 5 minutes allotted to questions or comments, and I just want to say that I'm sure there will be comments or questions as you read this report. If we have 5 minutes allotted to questions now, and I think my time is over already, so If you have a brief question, I'm ready to answer it. If not, feel free to email me or phone me anytime. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Roger. Great presentation. I know we went through it rather quickly, but I know all of council had an opportunity to look at it prior to today and go through it. So I'm sure we do have a few questions here, and I'll call on Councillor White first. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. And yeah, great presentation. And I did read through these documents a couple times before here today. I do feel, though, like when it comes to fleet management, we're kind of at that stage where it's time to evaluate what different technologies there are to pick. If you think back in time to like the VHS versus beta, debate, we have petrol vehicles, right? We have our ICE vehicles, we have hybrids, we have full electric, and of course now we're seeing extraordinary results with the hydrogen vehicles. So I find it hard to be able to to pinpoint, where to be, 5, 10, or 15 years down the road, considering the technologies are rampantly changing. But I do appreciate where we're going with this, and hopefully we can, consider the hydrogen vehicles and different technologies that are coming into these reports down the road as that technology evolves.
Yeah, that's great. That's a very good question and good comments. The world is evolving. It seems like every day there's another announcement. The world is heading towards hydrogen fuel cells. Hydrogen fuel cells are essentially electric vehicles. So the really excellent about the way we're transitioning is that we're transitioning now to light-duty electric vehicles. We're developing drivetrains. We're developing storage batteries that will derive more power and range out of the vehicles, and expanding the capabilities of electric vehicles. A lot of work is being done in medium-duty vehicles and heavy-duty vehicles. Like, for example, right now in Deloitte, our company is managing a project on the West Coast where we've got a Class 8 tandem axle truck running up and down the West Coast under hydrogen fuel cells, and we're doing that for Transport Canada as a pilot project. But yeah, there's a ton of work being done on hydrogen. The issue right now is, where does the hydrogen come from? And right now, sources of green hydrogen are very, very limited. That's changing. The government of Canada is doing tremendous work to accelerate the development of green hydrogen, and I'm very confident that one day green hydrogen will be readily available, but for now it's not. Right now we have gray hydrogen or worse, and as it's produced from dirty sources, from dirty electricity. So as we increase our solar and wind power resources in the various jurisdictions across Canada, green hydrogen will become more prevalent, and we can make a quick transition from battery electric to hydrogen fuel cells, which will ultimately, when I look at a fleet of your type, in particular, if you drive down the 400 and anytime, and you look at the acres and acres and acres of road shoulder that all has to be mowed, miles and miles and miles of it, and farmers' fields, they're vast. You can't do that with batteries, onboard battery storage. It just won't work. So, the only solution we have is hydrogen fuel cells. So there is tremendous work working towards that objective. In fact, we're looking at doing a project right now around agri equipment and moving it to hydrogen fuel cells.
All right, thank you, Councillor White. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to be the elephant in the room today, so bear with me on this one.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't feel the same way about EVs as some people do. I have no problem with the fleets. I have a problem with EV fleets. So I'm going to explain that. So in your report, you indicated that you will provide recommendations and evaluate alternatives, such as upgrading outlets to charge vehicles and equipment, and evaluate using solar panels and wind turbines to charge vehicles and batteries. I will now give my version, and I think the public needs to know how eco-friendly all this really is. I'll give my version why EVs and your alternatives are not as eco-friendly as one might think they are. So I find it difficult to understand why people are believing electric cars are better for the environment. An electric car has to drive 80,000 kilometers just to come close to carbon neutral. That is until it is scrapped and the battery goes to the landfill. The only thing that can be recycled is the metal. The car is made out of plastic that cannot be recycled. Only the metal in the battery can be recycled. Plus, used electric cars are useless if you have to replace the battery. You get to shell out close to $25,000 for a new battery, plus the carbon today's gas cars emit is close to nothing. The process of building cars involves a global manufacturing effort that uses energy from all sorts of sources. This includes everything from diesel fuel used to mine and transport metal to the electricity used to manufacture tires. Recent studies have questioned just how green EVs truly are when considering their entire life cycle from manufacturing to the end-of-life disposal. Some analyses indicate EVs may actually have larger carbon footprints compared to conventional vehicles once these are accounted for. Now, producing lithium-ion batteries in electric vehicles is an energy-intensive process that generates substantial greenhouse gas emissions. Extracting and refining battery materials like lithium, cobalt, nickel, and manganese requires large amounts of electricity and heat. This leads to CO2 emissions, especially when power comes from fossil fuels. Estimates vary on the exact carbon footprint of manufacturing an EV battery, but most analysis find it significantly higher than making an engine for a gasoline-powered car. One study calculated producing an 85 kilowatt-hour EV battery results in emissions equal to driving a fuel-efficient car for 6,500 miles. Other researchers estimate the manufacturing emissions of, let's say, a Tesla battery are comparable to driving a gas car for 8 years. While battery production causes high CO2 emissions up front, EVs generally make up for it over their lifetimes. Driving on electricity is cleaner than burning gasoline or diesel, but the large carbon depth incurred during manufacturing is often overlooked as an environmental impact. Now, I'm going to use Tesla batteries as an example. This is very important to understand this. An average Tesla battery requires a Caterpillar 994A, which is a large bobcat, for moving 250 tons of soil, uses 1,000 liters of diesel fuel in 12 hours to get 12 tons of rock for lithium, 5 tons of cobalt ore, 3 tons of nickel ore, 12 tons of copper.
Can I just interrupt and ask, have you ever compared that to the energy it takes to extract oil out of the tar sands?
No, but I'd like to finish
Sure.
So, Councillor, do you have much more?
a bit more.
Okay, I'm
But
going
I think it's important I read it. I do.
I
put a lot
hear
of
you.
effort into it.
I'm going to let you carry on, and we'll see how long you go, but we
Well-
can't go over, and the other thing,
No,
we're not here today to debate.
Right.
This is a report to be received for information, so carry on, Councillor.
Thank you. I'll cut a lot of this stuff, but I do need to read this. Okay. So 26.5 pounds of lithium, 30 pounds of nickel. I won't continue with that. So it's using all this, so I'm confused. How's that supposedly get a zero emissions car? I don't understand that. I'm
Okay.
not done. I'm not done.
Yeah.
I'm not
Oh,
done.
sorry.
I'm not done. Thank you. Lithium and cobalt, key materials in EV batteries, are often mined in developing countries with less environmental regulation. Lithium is concentrated in the lithium triangle region of Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia. Cobalt primarily comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo in Africa. Both minerals are extracted through open pit mining, which involves clearing vegetation, blasting and digging massive surface mines. These large-scale operations consume huge amounts of water, which is already scarce in lithium-rich desert areas. For example, lithium operations in Chile's Atacama salt flats have caused groundwater depletion, soil contamination, and the disruption of flamingo nesting grounds. The region contains vital wetlands, habitats, and pumping operations have noticeably reduced water levels in lagoons relied on local wildlife. Species such as the Andean camelids, Andean fox, and Puna rhea face threats from this disruption of the local hydrology. Lithium hard rock mines also require water for dust control, equipment cooling, and extracting the lithium from the ore. A proposed lithium mine at Thatcher Pass in Nevada aims to pump billions of gallons of groundwater. Local tribes raised concerns about impacts to scarce water resources and sacred sites. As demand for lithium grows, mining pressure on water supplies is likely to increase. Toxic chemicals are used to process the mined ore, polluting the air and leaching into groundwater. Mining waste products often flow into rivers, harming ecosystems. The mines themselves permanently scar landscapes. Mining frequently occurs on indigenous lands without consent, devastating communities.
Okay, Councillor, I'm going to give you 30 more seconds.
How much?
30.
30 seconds.
30 more seconds.
Seriously. Okay.
30 more seconds.
So, alarmingly, over 70% of the world's cobalt is mined in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where weak regulation has led to unsafe conditions and the use of child labor. In the DRC, cobalt is often mined by hand from small arsenal mines. These operations frequently involve children as young as 7 years old, performing difficult and hazardous tasks. Surveys have found thousands of children working in cobalt mines being exposed to toxic metals and denied schooling. I got a lot more, so I will save that for another time. But you know how I feel about the EVs.
Well,
They're not eco-friendly. I'm sorry, they're not. That's my opinion, but that's my opinion.
I think we get your point, Councillor, that's for certain.
Yeah, I get where you're going, but I'd just like to have an opportunity just to respond briefly. First of all, you know, I've been in this business for over 2 decades. I am familiar with most of what you've presented, and for everything you presented there, I'm not sure who your sources are, but for every study that you've researched, I can find 5 that will prove it's wrong. Just go to Bloomberg's and look at, you know, follow Bloomberg research, and they'll refute just about anything that you've talked about. Child labor, I have no comment on that. You know, that's, I can assure you that, you know, that shouldn't be permitted in any jurisdiction. That would be something you'd have to be addressed with. But the thing of it is, like batteries, vehicle batteries, you've said they last for 8 years. That's not true. That's completely false. The electric vehicle batteries degrade at a rate of 1.5% per year. Electric vehicle batteries will outlast the vehicle. And when they aren't finished in the vehicle, they can be hauled out and they can be used for capturing the energy that's produced by wind turbines when there's no wind, and solar panels when there's no sun. They'll double life cycle. Lithium.
So, Roger, I appreciate your knowledge, believe me, but we again, we're not here today
I get it.
to debate this, and
Yeah.
I'm going to look to the next member of council who may or may not have a question. Any other questions from council? Here, Councillor Belanger.
Yes, through you, the mayor. I don't have a question. Basically, I'm agreeing with our presenter is that when you go out there and social media world, those people that support provide lots of information, and those that don't support have lots of reputing information.
Yeah. You can find all kinds of stuff, and there are lobby
No,
interests.
sorry, Roger, excuse me. Order.
Yep.
We have one person speaking in this meeting at a time, and the floor is yours, Councillor.
Okay. The bottom line is, I sit on the advisory committee for climate action. No one can deny that our climate is becoming extreme globally, and global warming is a concern. Some people may dispute whether it has to do with carbon emission, but the bottom line is carbon reduction is important. As a committee, we're very pleased at the fact that we have a green pillar priority for our council. We're very pleased at the investment that we've made into the fleet survey and the recommendations. And I just wanted to let the public know that that investment was considerable. Our General Manager of Public Works may be able to provide more information, but I believe a combination of a grant and consulting was approximately $80,000, and then the staff time to provide all the detail that you indicated was an extensive investment as well. So we're very pleased that we're trying to move forward and to establish a good climate action plan and carbon emission targets reduction for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, and thank you through your worship. I'll just make one little comment on cobalt. In Canada's cobalt and cobalt product exports were valued at $793.2 million in 2022. All of Canada's current cobalt production is a secondary product of nickel mining, and 40% of that comes from Ontario.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Other comments or questions from Council? If it's to debate this, Councillor, no. All right, I'm going to give you one last shot here.
Can I just ask our Deputy Fire Chief, Dan Bell, when a car catches fire from these electric batteries, can you just give us your opinion as a firefighter? Could you just verify that for me, please?
Thank you, Councillor. Through your worship, can you just clarify what exactly is the question?
So when this battery catches fire, if the cells in the battery catch fire, the street where it's caught fire, first off, needs to be sectioned off, and it can be hours before they can open it. If it catches fire in the cell, it needs to burn out on its own. You cannot put it out unless the fire is in the engine or on the car. But if it's in the battery cell, you cannot turn put water on. You just can't. And that happened in a hospital, as I could recall. That happened where an EV car hit a guardrail in Toronto, October 25th. 4 people died. They burnt to death in that car.
Okay, so your question is, how can it be extinguished? Deputy Chief?
My question is, are they as safe as gasoline cars?
Thank you, Councillor. Through your worship, my experience here in Wasaga Beach, and I have almost 30 years of experience in the fire service, I have not responded to an EV vehicle fire. We respond to dozens of vehicle fires every year, and we have not experienced one here in Wasaga Beach. We do recognize the danger for having, it is a concern for the fire department, EV vehicles and their charging stations. We do complete training. We have had a guest speaker last year come in and present about them. We have purchased special equipment, which is a special nozzle that is able to deliver copious amounts of water for an incident. If the fire is actually in the fuel cells, it is difficult to extinguish, there is no doubt. But we have not experienced that here in Wasaga Beach, and I would guess that we've had hundreds, if not thousands, of electric vehicles come through a municipality over the last couple of years. They are difficult to put out, and if it is involved in the fuel cell, it does require a lot of time and management. But again, we have not experienced that here in Wasaga Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Other members of Council, questions or comments? I'm aware of that, Councillor. Do you have a question or a comment? No? Okay, good. No one else? All right. Roger, I'm going to let you make one more comment, and we're going to move on. Go ahead.
Okay, through your worship. Certainly the fire issue has been pumped up in the news, and the lobby interests have accelerated all that talk. But nothing is more explosive or dangerous than gasoline if it's mishandled. But that's certainly a risk. But all of these things are taken into consideration. But my key point was that change is difficult. Most people have difficulty with change. We also have a climate that is in serious condition. We also have an election that just took place south of us. And I don't know how that's going to play out, but I already know the feelings of the president-elect. And that's not looking good for the industry or for the progress that was supposed to be made through the Paris Climate Accord. We don't have other options. The option that works right now is electric. If electric vehicles are manufactured properly and safely and carefully, they are just as safe or safer than anything vehicle that's powered by explosive fuels. That's all I can say. I mean, we have to solve this problem. We're trying to get the climate down by 1.5 degrees by 2030, and we're heading in the opposite direction. But some people feel very, very strongly against electric vehicles. Often these things that we've been read today, that we heard today in this meeting, come from interest groups that are just praying that electric vehicles don't come in because they're selling to the fossil fuel industry. We all know that the fossil fuel industry opposed emissions reduction targets from gasoline vehicles for decades. They stymied progress of more efficient vehicles. And the same thing's happening today. People are spreading tons and tons of misinformation about electric vehicles. Anything they can grab their hands on. So that's my comment. The government of Canada is fully committed to electric vehicles. You cannot produce gas or diesel-powered light-duty vehicles after year 2035 in Canada. We are going electric. There's no question about it. So I think the plan is just to be ready for it and start planning now.
Great, thank you very much, Roger. I'm going to look for the very last comment from General Manager Lalonde, and then we're going to move on. Kevin?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick comment, and I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize the efforts of Tony Lott, who is our new Fleet Services Manager. And Tony is with us today, and for those of you that have already met Tony, he spent many years with the town of Aurora as their head mechanic before moving to the city of Richmond Hill as their Fleet Services supervisor and acting manager before he came here. So Tony was instrumental in certainly this plan and providing all the data that we're able to leverage, and he's been a great asset to us so far, and I wanted to welcome him and certainly introduce him to council as well. So thank you, Tony.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and welcome, Tony. Welcome aboard. We're glad to have you. And as General Manager Lalonde just indicated, clearly you're starting off on the right foot. You're doing a great job. We appreciate that very much. And welcome to a great team, because we've got a great team here in Wasaga Beach. All right, thank you very much, Roger. I do have a couple of motions here. The first motion is the presentation by Roger Smith, Deloitte Canada, pertaining to Green Fleet Strategy be received. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. And the next motion is 8.1.1, the Green Fleet Strategy, that the report titled Green Fleet Strategy to the Council meeting of November 14, 2024 be received for information. Questions or comments? Seeing none, mover to seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Roger, thank you very much for your time and a great presentation. We do appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll be talking again in future.
Okay, thanks very much. And I echo Kevin's comments about working with Anthony. It was a real pleasure to work with Anthony and everybody we worked with at Wasaga Beach. Everybody was very helpful and very supportive of this project.
Thank you very much, Roger. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 9 in the agenda is delegations, and we have no delegations today. Item number 10 is Government Relations, Queen's Park Day, Council Advocacy Update, and I'll turn this over to our CAO, Andrew McNeil. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I believe Sandra is joining you as well. There she is. Welcome,
Okay.
Sandra.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We'll keep our comments fairly brief because we're running a little long this morning. Just wanted to advise council and the community that we wanted to thank our MPP, Brian Saunderson, for sponsoring Wasaga Beach Day down at Queen's Park last Thursday. I think we were all thrilled with the outcome of the afternoon. There was a great image floating around on social media of the Wasaga Beach transit bus parked in front of Queen's Park. That was very important because every member of Parliament walked by that bus when they were going into the legislature. And so the goal here is to make Wasaga Beach top of mind for folks at the province that are making decisions that are impacting us. So we went with a very clear agenda of what we were trying to accomplish, and I think our voices were heard. We put on a reception, and I want to thank Sandra and Carla and the whole team that rallied around this and put on a great event that was extremely well attended. We heard feedback that it was one of the best they'd ever seen down at Queen's Park, but the most meaningful thing that happened was we got some airtime with some key folks. That was really the objective. We had a large meeting, approximately about 40 folks that were chiefs of staff, assistant deputy ministers, and senior staff across ministries that impact everything we're doing in our community. I'll share very briefly the 4 key asks that we put on the table. Number 1 was we want to work with the province to reimagine provincial lands at Beach Area 1, provincial lands at Beach Area 2, and Nancy Island. So our request was to collaborate with the province, create a master plan. The lands there haven't been touched in 50 years. It's time to reinvent those lands. We are working on the lands in the middle with our lands that we're looking to redevelop. It's really important that the province actually looks at the lands that adjoin these. We're trying to create a year-round destination, and we need their help in order to make that happen. So that was our first ask. Second ask is for these lands to look at the structure that's in place that governs these lands. Currently, they're within the mandate of the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. We've made a request to see those lands transferred to the Ministry of Tourism. So that is something that is being considered today, specifically for Nancy Island. Nancy Island at one time was in the Ministry of Tourism, and it was extremely well run back in those days. It was when the transfer occurred that things started to go downhill. We know from local examples in Discovery Harbor that the Ministry of Tourism understands how to run these key historic sites very well. So we've made that point very clear that we would like that change to occur. The third ask was for money. We have applied for the Housing Enabling Infrastructure Fund, and specifically for Beach Drive. So we put our case forward, and we're looking forward to hearing back from the province. And then the fourth was to look at provincial land holdings beyond that key area focus, and we're referring to that area as a key investment attraction zone. Lands outside of that zone, beyond the park areas, we're talking about lands that have kind of been forgotten for 50 years. We'd like to work with the province to try and unlock some of that value, because it's money that's sitting there that could be used in our community to help our community. So our voice was heard, it was clearly understood, and we're looking forward to hearing back from the province fairly soon. Is there anything you wanted to add, Sandra?
Thank you very much. Yes, I would just add that I'm pleased to let council know as well that during our reception, we hosted over 200 political staff and ministry officials that came in. Also like to thank some of our local businesses that supported this effort that we brought with us through swag and through promotional items that helped to add some Wasaga Beach flavor to the event, which are Mr. Norm's Nephew ice cream and frozen yogurt. So all of the products that we brought with us, they were all gone before our reception was finished, so they were really well received by everybody that attended. Also, Wasaga Beach Brewing Company and Blue Wave Board Company, which is also based here in Wasaga Beach. Very thankful for all of the things that we brought with us, promotional around that. And yes, just to reiterate what Andrew said, that I think the most valuable part of the entire day was the people that were around the room, again, at the deputy minister, assistant deputy minister level, senior staff, and political staff from each of the ministers' offices. I think that's important. And of course, the premier's office.
Thank you very much, Andrew and Sandra. Any questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Just very quickly, I just wanted to really thank all the staff and congratulate you for the efforts. It was a well-run, organized day. It was a long day, bright and early out of here in the dark of the morning, and then coming back well after 5 o'clock. So I thought it was fantastic. What I thought was really funny was our room was so packed for the entertaining and the lunch and stuff afterwards. And one of the gals that came through, because you had those beautiful storyboards, right? So it was really easy to be able to walk somebody through our ask and why we were there. And so I was doing this with this lady, and we get to the final board, and I said, so, you know, how long ago was it you came to Wasaga Beach? And she said, no, I'm from next door. I'm part of this ambulatory program, and I was just wondering why everybody was walking past our door and coming into your place. So I was coming to scope you out to see how you're getting all these people. And so that was kind of funny. She said they had about 8 people. come through, and they had roast beef. They had better food than us. You know, we were worried about them at first, but again, just congratulations and such a great job, and very proud day for Wasaga Beach.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Sandra?
Thank you so much for those kind words. It definitely was a huge team effort. We had people from across the organization pitching in. And I would also like to point to, we come to council asking for support with some of our projects, whether it be wrapping the transit buses and those kinds of things, and investing in, graphic design positions to support our work across the organization. And so many of these things came into play yesterday, and I would just like to point to how all of these things support the success of our efforts. So really happy that we had that bus as well. And so a big shout out also to Public Works team that helped us pull that all off. So thank you.
Great stuff. Other questions or comments? All right, I'll just end. It was a very successful day. I was very proud of staff, very excited that, we were in a room at a table with over 25, I believe, staff and senior folks from the 4 different ministries. And Andrew did a great presentation with respect to our ask and some history, of course, about Wasaga Beach. And it was very interesting to watch the faces around that table. Many of them who had been here but had no idea of what our history was and how we got to where we are. And it was very, very positive, very strong comments by ministry members after the presentation with some great questions. And so we're looking forward in the next couple of weeks to hear back. Hopefully some good news, and we'll share that as soon as we have it. We are dealing with a higher level of government, so it is they move a little slower than we do, but we're confident that they heard us, and it was an absolute great day. So thank you to everybody. We do have the next item on the agenda is our staff reports, and the following report items have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately, item 11.1 and 11.6. Are there any other comments from council or staff with respect to the consent reports? Seeing none, I do have a motion then that the following consent list items under staff reports and all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled, and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That carries unanimously. On to item number 12, correspondence. The following correspondence items have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Item 12.2. Are there any other comments from council or staff with respect to this consent report? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for the following motion: the consent list items under correspondence be received for information, excluding the items pulled, and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Ego, Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And moving on to item number 13, minutes of boards and committees. And I understand that Councillor Timms, you have a comment with respect to item number 13.1.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I really just wanted to congratulate the library board on the success at Georgian Bay Reads, which just took place. And if you read the minutes, it was hadn't quite happened yet, but unfortunately I missed it, though I did look at most of the recording. Wasaga Beach, in the first time hosting in our brand new facility, took home the prize. So congratulations to the Defender. As you know, it's all Canadian authors, 5 different books, 5 different libraries defending their selection, and Jeffrey Snape managed to bring the trophy home to Wasaga Beach. So that was all, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Great point, and congratulations, Jeffrey. You did us proud, and to the library board, congratulations as well. Any questions or comments? All right, we do have a motion then. The consent list items under minutes and board and committees be received for information. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And then under item number 14 is matters for consideration, and the first one is 1947 Seagrave Fire Truck Refurbishment. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to pull this one out just to have the Deputy Chief have the opportunity to be able to provide members, not only of council, but of the public listening, why this piece of equipment is so important to us. Very appropriate that it's coming on the heels of the fleet strategy. It's not environmentally friendly whatsoever, but it's near and dear to the hearts of those residents. And if you could please share, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell, through your worship. You took away my joke for the front of this, where it wasn't included in the green strategy, and we're the actual opposite end of the spectrum. This vehicle is the first fire truck ever purchased by the town of Wasaga Beach. Fire Chief Williams and I have worked very hard to try to preserve our history and recognize the history of this fire truck. What we would like to do is move forward, have the truck, which is actually in really, really, really cosmetically good shape, have it looked at mechanically just to make sure it's safe. When it came out of service, it was kind of tucked away, and once a year it comes out for the Santa Claus parade, and we'd like to make it more, and it used to attend a lot more public events. It's been used at weddings, it's been taken to Collingwood to display, and we'd really like to get it back to the point where it's mechanically fit to do all those again. We're going to more prominently display it at Station 1. I think it deserves better than being in the back corner. We're going to move it forward, and this is also something that all of our staff have taken pride in and would like to see happen as well. So this isn't something that you drop off a Canadian Tire and ask them to take a quick look at it and see what needs to be done. We, through Mayor Smith, we were able to make contact with the Wasaga Beach Cruisers, and they are so excited at the opportunity to come in and take a look at this vehicle. And we met there, and we had five gentlemen who knew what they were looking at, crawling underneath it, starting it, moving it, doing lots of stuff and looking at it. And they are so excited to be able to work on this and give back to the municipality in the way that they're best at. So what we're looking to do is make this, safe to drive, safe to take council on the Santa Claus parade, and get it out in the public a little more. As most of you attended, we had the vehicle down near the Wasaga Beach sign during the summer, as summer came to a close, and we took a number of pictures, and the number of people that came up and wanted their picture taken with the vehicle, just to recognize the deep history of the Wasaga Beach Fire Department and some of the vehicles that we do own. It was amazing, and people really enjoyed it and wanted pictures done with it, and that would be part of my plan to continue that. Take it down, run it down to the beach once a month. Let everyone take a look at it, and I think the more we do that, the more we're going to have the buy-in from all our visitors and residents. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Madam Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just a quick little supplemental. I love the collaboration with the Car Club. So thank you, Mayor Smith, for making that connection. It just, again, goes to show the special uniqueness of this community. So it's just something I very strongly support. Thank you.
All right. It's very important to note that this vehicle is a big part of our history here, and especially for our fire department, which we are very proud of. That vehicle has been instrumental and been kept in somewhat running condition for many years, but it certainly needs some TLC, and I was happy to reach out to the Car Club. I thought, who better to look at this older vehicle than those folks, and they were very quick to jump on board and get out and have a look. And so we're looking at a value here of about $10,000, and I can tell you, with these folks looking after it, that's probably a third or less than what this would cost us otherwise. And what a great collaboration, of course. And the cruisers do great work in our community, fundraising and showing off all of their vehicles, and they're great. They're great friends of the municipality, have been for many, many years. So this is a special time, an exciting time. So we do have a motion that the report titled 1947 Seagrave Fire Truck Refurbishment to the council meeting of November 14th, 2024 be received, and that council authorizes the unbudgeted expenditure estimated at $10,000 for the necessary repairs to the vintage apparatus, and that the funds be allocated from the accumulated casino reserve. Question, any other questions or comments? Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? Sorry, it's a recorded vote. Yes. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
Approved.
Councillor DeLeo. Approved. Councillor Ego. Approved. Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Council. Moving on to then the next item is the 2025 Climate Action Advisory Committee budget request, and this was pulled by Councillor Belanger, Councillor DeLeo, and Councillor Timms. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the mayor. I just wanted to comment to the public, although our request was not approved, you heard earlier the significant investment the town continues to make in our green strategies. And we were able, members of the committee, to meet with senior staff to discuss this in detail. We understand the situation, and there's certainly some concern about staff capacity to implement some of the initiatives that the funding was for. So we are meeting later this week, and we'll have a bit of a revised action plan for 2025, and we are very confident that in focusing on educating our residency and working on climate action plan, the committee can still be very beneficial to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, white elephant in the room. So the funding was originally allocated, according to the report, was $39,000 for consultant fees. I have a problem with that, to give $39,000 for a consultant. The more problem I have, though, is that PCP program. So after reading this report, I fail to understand why we would approve passing a motion to join this supported federal government PCP program in 2026 or provide any funds until we have a better understanding of how the climate world agenda imposed on certain countries will change due to the new forthcoming political agenda in the USA starting next year. I don't believe we need to report our municipal data to the federal government. They have an aggressive agenda, and I will not be any part of that. These agendas can be quite costly, and the taxpayers of Wasaga Beach should not be imposed with further unnecessary taxation. Our team of staff have such a great workload at this time. I am a firm believer that we have other priorities to focus our energy on until we have a better understanding of future political matters. Therefore, I will not be in support of this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I have a question, a financial question as well. I looked through terms of reference for the Climate Action Advisory Committee, and I don't see any opportunity within those terms for the advisory committee to ask for a budget that large. So I just wondered if it was approved in years to come, as we know we can't afford to do that this year, how that works and if there's financial policy with respect to advisory committees asking for large financial budgets.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, I just want to address and ensure that Council is aware that we are not recommending the funding for 2025. We are going to bring back consideration in 2026. So staff will consider the request at that time and then propose what we feel is best in the 2026 budget. With respect to committees asked with regards to budget, so it's an advisory committee of council. So a committee would advise council that and recommend that they feel that money would be spent or best used for a certain initiative. That then comes before council. Council approves it in the budget. My recommendation would be that council committee budgets are typically small, very nominal, and they are used for initiatives like training opportunities. In some instances, like COA, a committee of adjustment, will go to the annual conference. When we're looking at big ticket items like something that's before you today, that funding would typically go into the departmental budget that is going to be responsible for that initiative. And I did speak to the treasurer about this, so we're going to look at how that's allocated in future budgets.
Go ahead, Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I just wanted to thank you for that clarification, because when I read the report, it talks about the fact that the committee is requesting funding of $39,000 to use to hire a consultant. So it's just the wording in the report that triggered my question.
All right, and so just to be clear, I think that's exactly correct. The committee would be requesting that budget, but that budget wouldn't go to the committee, is what the clerk is saying. It would go to the department that's going to deal and look after that and bring it back to council. All right. All right, we do have a motion then that the report titled 2025 Climate Action Advisory Committee Budget Request to Council meeting November 14th, 2024 be received, and that council directs staff to consider the committee funding's request to hire a consultant to collect the expanded emissions inventory data in the 2026 budget, and that council consider the committee's request to join the Partners for Climate Protection, PCP, in 2026. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? Oh, it's recorded. Thank you.
Councillor Belanger.
Approve.
Councillor DeLeo.
Opposed.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries.
Thank you very much. And now we're moving on to the October 29, 2024 Town of Aurora Fair Share. I'll look to our clerk for the motion here. Before I do, any questions or comments on this? Councillor Belanger? Sorry, it was pulled by Councillor Belanger and Councillor Timms. So, Councillor Belanger, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. I think we've had this discussion many years since I've been on council to the fact that the amount of taxation that's retained by municipalities to provide really all of the services and needs of that organization closest to residency needs to be improved. Like basically, we are very appreciative of grant funding, but it is inconsistent and not assured. And with the rising cost of infrastructure and the many services we provide, we really believe there needs to be a larger share that is retained by the municipality. So I pulled this item and am recommending that our council provide a letter of support to the various ministries, and I reluctantly agreed to read this entire motion. The clerk twisted my arm pretty well. So,
sorry, before you read that, Councillor Belanger, good job, Madam Clerk. I'm going to look to Councillor Timms for her comments. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think Councillor Belanger covered that very well. Thank you.
All right, Councillor, you get to speak more. Go ahead.
okay, it's only 6 pages, so I'll try to get through it quickly. The motion requests the redistribution of the provincial land transfer tax and GST to municipalities for sustained infrastructure funding. Whereas municipalities face growing infrastructure needs, including roads, bridges, public transit, water systems, and other critical services which are essential to the community's well-being and economic development, and whereas the current sources of municipal revenue, including property taxes and user fees, are insufficient to meet these increasing demands for infrastructure investment, and whereas the province of Ontario currently collects the land transfer tax on property transactions in municipalities across the province, generating significant revenue that is not directly shared with municipalities. And whereas the federal government collects the goods and services tax on property transactions, a portion of which could be directed to municipalities to address local infrastructure needs. And whereas redistributing a portion of the provincial land transfer tax and GST to municipalities would provide a predictable and sustainable source of funding for local infrastructure projects without creating a new tax burdened on the residents or home buyers. And whereas a redistribution of a portion of the existing land transfer tax and GST would allow municipalities to better plan and invest in long-term infrastructure initiatives supporting local economic growth and improving the quality of life for residents. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that the Town of Wasaga Beach Council formally requests the provincial government to consider reimbursing a portion of the land transfer tax collected on property transactions to municipalities, and be it further resolved that the Town of Wasaga Beach Council calls on the federal government to allocate a percentage of the GST collected on property sales to municipalities, and be it further resolved that this redistribution of land transfer tax and GST should be structured to provide predictable and sustainable funding to municipalities, allowing for better long-term planning and investment in infrastructure projects that benefit local communities, thus ensuring that local governments receive a fair share of the revenue to address critical infrastructure needs. And be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be forwarded to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Premier Doug Ford, the Ontario Minister of Finance, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, local members of Parliament, the members of Provincial Parliament, and be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be forwarded to all 444 municipalities in Ontario, the federal and Canadian municipalities, and the Association of Municipal of Ontario, AMO, for their endorsement and advocacy. Thank you.
And don't anyone ask to have that read again. Councillor White. Sorry, I didn't catch that. All right. Thank you, Councillor Belanger. You have heard the question. Could we have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? No? Recorded vote?
Councillor Belanger.
Approved.
Councillor DeLeo.
Approved.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
Yay.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Was that a yay that he was finished speaking, Councillor, or was that? Yeah, okay, all right. Moving on to item number 15, recommendations arising from boards and committees, and there are no items here today. Item number 16 is council requested staff report as the list that is attached. Any questions or comments on that list? Seeing none, we'll move along. Item number 17, notices of motion. Does anyone have a notice of motion today? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have two, so I will start with the first one. Don't make that face. I can see that. I can see that.
Go ahead,
notice.
Councillor.
May I?
Yep.
I have a notice of motion regarding a veterans crosswalk that I would like to table for discussion. Once I have read this motion, I will seek a motion to waive the procedural bylaw to consider and debate this motion at this meeting. Okay, whereas the Town of Wasaga Beach recognizes and honors the sacrifices of our Canadian veterans and military members. And whereas the Town of Wasaga Beach has supported the creation of Royal Canadian Legion Branch 645, the first to open in Ontario in 19 years. And whereas the Town of Wasaga Beach will continue to support and recognize Canadian veterans and military members. And whereas a commemorative decorative crosswalk is a great way to pay tribute to our Canadian veterans and military members. Therefore, be it resolved, the Council directs staff to install a commemorative crosswalk at Veterans Way and River Road West in the spring of 2025. And further that, the commemorative crosswalk be funded by the casino reserves. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Questions or, no, we're not. So this is a notice of motion. I'm going to look to our clerk because the councilor has indicated she wants to waive the procedural bylaw. Can I just ask, Councillor, why is it you want to waive the procedural bylaw for this?
I'd like it resolved today. There's no point in going back and then forth. It's
Is there an urgency? Are we wanting to get this installed like this year?
In the spring of 2025.
In spring of 2025?
Yes. But why can't we just take a vote and say, yes, we'll do it, or no, we're not?
Well, I understand where you're coming from. My concern is, and it's not that we haven't waived procedural bylaws in the past, but we usually do that for items that are time-sensitive and very important that need to get dealt with quickly. This is for the spring. My suggestion would be, but it's entirely up to you, Councillor, my suggestion would be to put it as a notice of motion. It'll come back. I'm confident that you will probably get support on this. What I don't want is, I don't want us to start waiving procedural and you know, calling to waive the procedural bylaw for the sake of, you know, just doing it. If it was time sensitive, if we wanted to get this done by next week, I would get that, but it's entirely up to you, Councillor, if you want to do that. Madam Clerk, did you have something to add?
Yes, sorry, and it just recently came to my attention as well that a member of public did learn about the notice of motion on Facebook or social media, and they do want to delegate to this item. So I'm just putting that before council as information.
Okay, so my suggestion, Councillor, is that you just do a notice of motion here, and that it come back on a regular agenda, and we move it forward there. But it is entirely up to you what you want to do.
Like that, I understand that. We will then waiver it for the next, for the next meeting. So then I have a comment, like I have to read, so that'll be for the next one.
Yeah, it's a notice of motion, so there's no debate, no comment. It'll come back at a future meeting, probably our next meeting. That's what you've indicated you'd like. So any issues with that, Madam Clerk?
No, absolutely not. And there were photos if there was going to be a motion. However, we will have those prepared for the next meeting.
Excellent.
And the full motion will appear on the November 28th agenda.
Okay, good with that, Councillor?
Sure, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. So you have another motion or notice of motion? All right, go ahead.
I do. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. This motion here, it's basically, I would like to see, so when we go into closed meetings.
This is a notice of motion, so do you have it prepared? Or are you looking for direction from the clerk? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. So notice a motion that, so you would just provide right now, there's no debate or consideration. So you'll just provide, if there's no motion prepared, just an overview of what it is. And then you could provide it to the clerk's department and it'll form part of the November 28th agenda as well.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So the motion I want to put forward is if we're going to go into closed session during an open session, I know it's time sensitive that when we have lawyers here that they need to, but if we're going to do that in the future, can we allocate a time so that we can tell the public, okay, we're going to be in closed session from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock or whatever the time may be? Because people don't know when to come back. I mean, people want to come and watch and they're watching at home. They don't know when to get back on the screen. And I'm hearing that more and more often. They'll wait and wait, they go back, they can't see it. If we can allocate each time that time, only on those times, because I know closed sessions are usually done at the end, which is great. But if we're going to do that in between, I think out of respect for our residents, we should give them a time that will be back on view, or you can come back to council at this time, so that there's no question about that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, are you clear on what the councillor is looking for?
Yes, and we will await the notice of motion and ensure that it's on the next agenda.
Okay, so at some point after this meeting, you can sit with the clerk and form that. Okay. All right, so we're good with those two notices of motion. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item number 18, closed session. And I do have a recommendation that pursuant to the Municipality Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the November 14, 2024 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following items: 18.3.1 commercial business proposal, 18.3.2 human resource matter, and 18.3.3 human resource matter. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That motion carries, and we'll now go into closed session. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. We're now coming out of closed session, and we do have a rise and report, item number 19, by our clerk. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session at 10:04 a.m. to discuss the following matters. Item 5.2, applications per consent, B0224 and B0324, appeal to the Ontario Tribunal in accordance with Section 239(2)E of the Act. As a result of this discussion, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act. Council also discussed item 5.3, beachfront RFP results in accordance with Section 239J(I) of the Act. There's nothing further to report at this time. Council re-entered closed session at 1:05 p.m. to discuss the following matters. 18.3.1, commercial business proposal in accordance with Section 239(2)E. 18.3.2, human resource matter in accordance with Section 239(2)B of the Act. As a result of those two discussions, staff direction has been provided. Council also discussed item 18.3.3, a human resource matter in accordance with Section 239(2)B of the Act. There's nothing further to report on that item. Council also approved the closed session minutes of October 24, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to item number 20, bylaws. That the bylaws 2024-82, 2024-83, 2024-84, 2024-86, and 2024-87 be received and to be deemed and read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor Ego and Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.